lot of non-metallic today. Which also means a lot of like back and forth fixing of stuff. Because sometimes I go overboard and I gotta like work it out again. Like I feel like this is a little too yellow. We're gonna have to hit some brown back into it. But I think what we're gonna focus on today is getting the yellow in all the places it needs to be on this. I think that'll be good. Thursday, 1 p.m. So I'm not really expecting traffic, but I'm hoping to be able to stream through like 6 o'clock. I might have to take a little break. Clear that out. But yeah, we're going to slowly work up. Get some more of my medium down. I think we'll go from top to bottom. T to B. The trick with this is to not have a ton of it on the brush, which is a little tricky. Because you kind of want like a little bit of texture. Like you want the yellow down, but you also want to leave a good bit of brown in some areas. The whole point of it being the undercoat. So this is kind of a glaze process. I spent a good bit of time last night trying to hit orange on all the spots I wanted to kind of be like the secondary gold color. Honestly, with the trim, I should probably switch to the liner brush. When we get back to the larger components, we'll go back to layer. I do think my combo in Emperor's Children, though, is the extra attacks and maybe one autocannon. It's a tear between the autocannon and the las cannon to try to further increase, like, the anti-tank potential. Because if I go las, I get the benefit of being able to basically try to crack a rhino. Like if I run over to a rhino with this thing, I'm basically trying to crack it with the plasma cannon and the las cannon. And then when everyone piles out of it, just dive in on them with just huge amounts of attacks. Because the autocannon's nice due to the access to dev alongside the sustain. It's really good. But only 3 damage is really good into infantry, which I think my idea for my army is going to be able to handle without the need for the autocannon. So I do kind of think single Hades autocannon. Let's just get a little down here. Some of these spots a little bit broken up. Because I think I'm going to go Phoenician, so I technically don't need the sustain on the main gun to really benefit from my army. If I can get the non-metallic done on both of these, that'll be super ecstatic mode. I kind of want to use tomorrow for something else other than painting. I mean, granted, I still have to paint those noise marines and everything to finish that out. Crab boat. People in a lot of my local groups have been sending me pictures, or rather just posting the pictures on our local Discord groups. Everyone went with the tummy armor except me. Which is fine. I actually really like the zero tummy armor. I love that every time I go to Spotify and I type in I want Doom music, and then it shows me a picture of Doom the game, and it's like, this is that playlist, bro. And I'm like, sweet. I go to play it, and it's like always Metallica. And it's like, yep, Doom. That game known for slow melodic metal. All the rhythmics. This is absolutely rip and tear level of song. need to hit this with gold, because some of it is visible when you attach the tiny arm to it. Okay, Strachan. Good luck at the meeting. I'll just be out here painting. We got 2 of these MFers to do. A lot of how I do non-metallic is we get that flat of brown down, and then if you've ever seen Bob Ross talk about painting mountains, I sort of just put the brush across the surface and I kind of let it bounce to get the texture I need. Sort of in the same way he does mountains, where he just gets that flat down and then he kind of just does this. And you got to be cool with the oddity. Like, you'll see some textures pop up, and if in your head you're thinking like, oh, I gotta cover that up, no, you don't. Textures are what gives it life. I think we'll just focus entirely on the boat legs before we go anywhere up past this point, I guess. A little more of my medium on the brush. We'll hit this spot right here. This spot. this. Genuinely can't wait to field this, have my opponent be like, oh god, I'm scared, but then like not know how to use it properly, lose it in turn 2. It's gonna be great. They're gonna get their points hikes. People are only gonna start taking one of them. I'm gonna feel bad that I didn't just paint one and then do the other as a Thousand Suns one. Looking forward to it, man. So EC at this point just needs a cultist style unit. Kind of like a Zangor or a Poxwalker. We need a cultist style unit. And honestly, thematically, I think it'd be cool if it was like a unit that you sacrifice models out of to give power to like local Emperor's Children units. Like an increased speed or something. Feels very Slaneshi. Make sure I got the inside layer of the boat here to the point where I want it. Yeah, leaving it mostly brown near the back is probably a good idea. Up here, though, I think we should get a little more effort down. There we go. What's up, Daniel McCarthy? Hopefully my camera's picking it up. Camera's a problem with this paint. I keep looking over and I notice that the contrast is like all the way up on the camera to try to avoid burning out the lens on this freaking fluorescent pink. Honestly, we might try to find another playlist here in a second. I was really hoping for like up-tempo metal, but it's just constantly hitting us. And then for those on YouTube, there's music over on the Twitch side of things. I typed in Doom playlist, and it's literally just nothing but Metallica. And Metallica-like bands, which is not what I was hoping for. Kind of hoping for some up tempo. We'll get some South Arcade on.
Poggers.
Poggers. Thanks for the follow. Some texture down here of gold. Not a lot. We want it to be mostly brown. Why are people thanking me for streaming? You're like the fourth person. What's happening? Am I dying? South Arcade. You working on a project there? I'm gonna call you Jassy. Blood Angels red. I mean, you're gonna go hyper fluorescent. You're gonna try to get like some true grimdark into it. I do love me some fluorescence, but that's just me. Not everybody needs to love grim neon. a lot of the time it's pigment picking. With red, you can kind of do, depending on what you have access to, you can kind of do like an under shader. Because red tends to be a very, like, transparent color. So undercolors come through it and can create shader. So you can sort of push red into, like, interesting directions with, like, a light blue or something. It'll become, like, a purple for its shadowing. I know my one buddy that plays Blood Angels just does, I think it's Mephiston red. It's whatever the red speed paint is. He just powers through it. He's had to buy like 10 of them so far. Dior! What's up, Dior? Do not have a bot that's set up for that. But it's chill. You can lurk. Tends to be what happens in these streams. Most people pop in, say hi, and then immediately lurk. I'll try to chatter occasionally. Yeah, right now we're just trying to tear through. Get all this gold done. I'm trying to think if I did Blood Angels, what would I do? I think I would try to get most of the red just done through airbrush methods. Probably white primer. I would pick the base color that I would want the red to shift to for shade. It honestly would end up probably being like a phthalo blue. Go over it with white ink. Bring the peaks back to white. And then hit it with a nice transparent red. The problem is the fluorescent reds I use, you can't really use them in airbrush. They don't really have a version of it for airbrush, and it's, to my understanding, it's mostly about the chemicals in it. Like, there's a lot of colors you will see on the shelf that they won't have for airbrush, and you're like, why not? It's because if you breathe it in while you're airbrushing it, you might have dementia. Like, there's some chemicals in paint, man, you do not want to put into oxidized form. Because they'll have like cobalt or stuff in it, and you don't want that in your bloodstream at all. Gotta pay attention. I like this little detail that they put inward facing spikes. It's kind of like a physical, constant angering component. Classic chaos. Classic freaking Emperor's Children. Practically Drakari trying to drive or derive power from pain. All that stuff. Inside this thing, reestablish that this is gold back here. Hell yeah. Getting a little worried that the convention I'm going to in a couple months hasn't posted any info for the 40K tournament they've been doing every year. It's in the same building as one that just did a GT. So, like, it's a good location. But I wonder if the people who were doing it decided not to do it this year. Last time they did it, and this might just be a community issue, they had something like 38 people sign up for it, and only like 16 showed up. Oh, thanks, Peacock. I try my best with the non-metallic metal despite not being really good at it. I feel like I lean more into the texture method for this than the glazing method. What was that? It was like the Ninjon method. Ninjon tends to prefer texture over glaze. bit of golden here. We are almost done the lower body, which is nice. Because it's only been like 45 minutes. Which bodes well for the second one we're going to do. You doing anything fun, Peacock? Anything cool on the docket? Need to make sure this kind of stays buttery smooth in the medium. I do need to even some spots out a little bit. Alright, last of the legs, and then we get to do the upper body. Which should be hopefully a little quicker. But maybe not. There are a couple decently detailed spots up there. Games Workshop told us there were 70 new detachments coming, and I feel like we're still getting like tons of detachments in 10th. Like, we've been getting almost like a detachment every other week. I mean, I tried out non-metallic metal on the entire army, but like I'm not good with it. Like, I'm okay. My approach is okay at best. It's reasonable. It's not gonna win a golden demon. I barely think it would win an honorable mention. Because I did the same technique to Fulgrim. And that was a lot more detailed. I was debating doing it to your sisters, but then the moment I started seeing all that detail, I was just like, nah, I'm not doing this. This is not the way. I could see doing it sub-assembly, but with everything together. Like, that's just not happening. There's no moment in my brain where I'm like, oh, this is going to be so fun. Alright, lower body basically set. Which means we got to start working our way up. Like, I did this technique when I got the starter sets and stuff for the army, and then I got like a couple extra things on top of it. So I did do this, like, a lot. All in sequence. Yeah, it does get out there a little bit. We're gonna let that dry a little. But yeah, I'm thinking my loadout with these that I'm gonna run for the most part in EC. Because I'm probably gonna try to make a Phoenician list, honestly. It's probably for the best. I think it's gonna be Hades Las Cannon, extra attack arm, and then the plasma cannon. I think that's gonna be the goal. I was thinking of doing the autocannon, but like I want to say there's a world where the best chance this army is going to have into like a lot of stuff is sending these out, cracking a transport with the las cannons and plasma cannons, and then just running into melee and just mulching whatever was inside of it. Second wave down here just to pick it up a little bit. The plasma cannon in the chest. The nipple guns are probably going to end up being the autocannons. Because I think the autocannons just in general are like good chaff clear. I don't like the idea of the meltaguns necessarily. It doesn't necessarily matter though, because I use the gargoyle heads here. So I'm not super worried about picking and choosing until like a later date. Because the magma cutters are 12-inch, which isn't the worst, but I don't know. I mean, maybe. It ups the D6 potential. Because AP 1 damage to autocannons into, like, elites is kind of meaningless. It's overkill on the damage, it's underkill on the AP into, like, everything else. think maybe we go magma. Because, yeah, if the idea is to crack the transport, then las cannon magma is probably for the best. It's still the same thing as the las cannon, 2 shots. So it's technically re-upping the las cannon tier concept to 4 shots, even though it is a little less strength. But in the Phoenician, I can up the strength to 10. Yeah, Excruciators is too low. So's technically the main autocannon. The main autocannon stuff is a little low. But I think it needs to be that way, if that makes sense. Like, it's a really powerful gun, and I think the goal is you want to put it in an army that has the ability to turn off cover or increase AP, because 3 damage is really good. And then going AP 1 on it is like, well, you have to make another step here. You have to kind of invest a little more to make it worthwhile. Yeah, it's the same problem as Sisters. It's the Hades autocannon on the Forge Fiend is the same way. When you use the Hades autocannon on the Forge Fiend, you're using it mostly in CSM because you can turn on dev wounds. And that's really where it matters. You go sustain lethal dev on it. Which, similar to this, because it is sustain 1 dev wounds with 3 damage, which is nice. But I think I only field that if I'm playing Carnival, and I don't even know if I want to do it in Carnival. I had someone try to fish me on PayPal. It's where they send you a single yen, and then in the notes for the yen they send information about how it's like a pre-charge for something. Like, they're like, oh, we're doing this to make sure you have an account before we charge you the $1,000 we're going to charge you. But, like, that's never how that works. They always charge like $1 to make sure there's an outer charge. They don't hand you money to check that nonsense. They put a phone number in the info as well to make it seem like a PayPal account. I actually looked it up because I saw it. I was like, what the hell is this? And then I looked it up, and there were people on Reddit who were like, I just got hit with this. I called the number, and it was like an immediate pickup, and the dude was talking in like what sounded like a language out of India to like other people, and he just immediately goes, PayPal, what's up? It's like, yeah, no, these are all red flags. Nowhere in the universe does PayPal immediately pick up the phone and just go like, PayPal. I tried to report it as a phishing scheme just in case, like, they can do something about it for other people. I don't know. PayPal seems to have issues with reporting weird transactions now. No, I got faint on the main section. Thank God it's water-based. The magical erase tool. A brush with water on it. There was someone in here earlier, Rand, talking about trying to figure out a red for their Blood Angels. I told him you just were straight using like white with Memphiston and just calling it a day. I don't even... Are you pre-shading it or no? You're just like balls deep red. You said you saw someone on Reddit posting something about it. Oh, you're using the base paint? I thought you were using the... No, I thought you were using the speed paint. The contrast or whatever it was. Oh, ball red. That's what it is. I gotta remember. Balls deep. What do most Blood Angels want to be in their Primarch? Balls deep. So you prepping them Drakari yet? You start getting them together? You're just waiting to see what it looks like before even cutting into it. Clear some yellow off. So the tournament I'm going to next weekend is Legends Legal. And my first thought was, oh, he could bring his Tantalai. And it would be funny AF. It's an RTT. It's not a GT. So they get to do like different things. It doesn't count towards like scoring or points. RTTs are always where you test stuff and not actually like... You're not actually like necessarily trying to prep for tournaments. I mean, if it's just like if it's a full RTT where it's like, yeah, we're following tournament rules, then yeah. But you can make shit up as you go. So they're doing their casting off of 10th. And the guy managing it said, screw it. Legends it is. This is it, man. This is the moment. Could bust out the Tantalai. Yeah, I'm not going to know which one. They're going to be like, today is Old Eric. And I'll be like, crazy. And then this next guy will be like, New Year. I'll be like, fuck. Oh, I figured something cool out by accident. So the glue that I use for magnets, the E6000, it has this weird issue where when you're applying it, it creates like super long, almost like filament thin glue strands. So if you can kind of control that, what you can do is if you have a flat surface or like a like kind of like how your jet bikes work, you get the filament to come out and then you kind of like swirl it on top of it and it'll drop on top and then eventually glue down in that shape. So it creates like filigree. We out here getting advanced plays. go check on my crock pot. Let me just get this down. BRB, then we got to do this other side over here. This is number 1. I did the orange on this one. I don't know if I did it on this one. No, I didn't do it on this one. So we're going to have to orange the other one before doing the yellow here. But I think we take this one to full all the way up to the white highlight that I normally do at the end, and then we'll swap over. That way I have at least one that's like done. Although I do kind of want to figure out what to make this in terms of color. I think we're going to get the, at least on the big guys, we're going to get the trim done. The little things, I already did trim on one hand, which I mean, kind of looks cool. Boop. And then we did trim on one gun, but I want to update the trim on the gun because it's a little too bright, I think. I might try to dull it back down to brown. I don't know. And then we did trim on one chest piece. And then one barrel. Although I might need to cut these off of all of them and just roll with the magnet alone. I feel like the pressure fit on that is a little too tight with the paint on it. So let me go turn off my crock pot. Oh, my whole room smells like seasoned roasted potatoes. It's so good. Okay. I gotta figure out how to get Jack his defiler that I bought, so it's not just sitting on my goddamn floor. So I did chicken drumsticks Cooked that in Dale Hughes sweet and spicy, sugar-free barbecue sauce. And then I did, with a little bit of oil in the slow cooker, I did roasted potatoes with a boatload of like Italian seasonings and garlic and stuff. And I finished that off near the last hour of them cooking with throwing asparagus into it. So I'd have like roasted potatoes and asparagus. Delish. I also gotta do the pipe rendering, like the tube rendering. Shouldn't take long. There's not a lot of tubes on this guy. Most of the people I've looked at seem to be building theirs with the belly armor, man. Midriff City up in my house. When Jack gets one of these, I think he's going to have enough stuff on field to be able to go like Hammer or Mortarion or whatever like that tank detachment is. The one where you can mark targets with a contagion from a distance. And if he does that, one of these wielding an autocannon is going to be pretty brutal. Because all he has to do is hit you with the extra AP. And then just shoot at you. And it's going to be so goddamn crazy. The autocannon on this, when you go dual autocannons, in the Nurgle detachment, is 8 attacks in total, lethal sustain, and dev. I don't know if you need the second blade hauler for it. I think technically one defiler takes the place of one blade hauler. Dude, there's gonna be so many defilers at like every tournament we watch going forward on War Games. I know this last one didn't have a lot because they the rules cutoff was before the rules went live for the defilers. What up, goalie? Why is everyone calling me the GOAT today? This is like 6 people who've popped into chat to be like, you're the greatest. It's like, what? What did I do? How's it going, though? We out here painting. Getting a little Bob Rossian up in here. I know. I know there's some. There's not everyone. I mean, it's the internet. I've been in the scene long enough. What's up with you, though? What you doing today? Got any games you're playing? Anything you're looking forward to? We're not going to go too far back with the brown, because I do want it to look like it's heated up a lot. I never really got into Deadlock. I kept seeing it, and like I used to be a huge Gigantic fan, so like I thought Deadlock was gonna like really get me, but then I played it, and I don't know, it just didn't click. I know a lot of people who really like it though. Like there's a lot of streamers I watch who like that's their game. A lot of them started streaming it, but because they were like the first ones getting it, right? Like they were the first into the beta. But a lot of them don't stream it anymore because like they watch their viewership numbers just straight dip the moment they start playing it. It's just everyone's like, oh, Deadlock, and then they just leave. I was hoping I could get into it though, but it just didn't click, man. I miss Gigantic so much though. I was really hoping the revival was going to end up being good, but the company that put it out basically just cashed out and didn't really add anything to it. They let the matchmaking be terrible just like it was before it fell apart. It was bad. No, yeah. Everything's always better when you got a team together. Over on the Spawncast, when they're constantly like, are you playing Marathon and Arc? I was like, yeah. So they all play the team games when I'm editing. Like, I'll edit the news waves, and then that's when they have time to play together. So, like, I'm never around for when they're playing together. None of my friends are playing the games that are like that. So whenever I get on the cast and they're like, you still playing Marathon? It's like, no. I've solo queued so often. But man, if you have a running team, if you got people who are pretty consistent, that's the way to go, man. Oh, dude, Gigantic was so good. I played in the tournaments in it. It was such a weird community. Like, not like they were weird, although some were. But, like, that was one of the first times where people, when I was playing it, actively, like, kind of sought me out for stuff. Like, playing comps and things. Like, if you've ever played, like, a modern, popular, competitive game, or just general multiplayer game, you get through a round, you do really good, you get out the other side, no one really cares, right? Like, that's the norm. But, like, I would go, like, 20-2 on Margrave, and we would win. And then immediately afterwards, people would start messaging me through that system in that game to be like, yo, can we team up, maybe? It's like, this is a weird thing. I haven't experienced this in a while, of people actively wanting to comp randomly. Yeah, I don't know if it's gonna do it. They screwed up a bit in terms of the balance, I think. Like, they kind of added a gun to the game that is just way too good, and they made it so that the main way you're gonna get it is if you're already in like decked out comps, which that's the signal for, hey, are you a solo player? You're gonna hate this game. Like, that's just straight up the signal that you put out when you do that. We're putting a gun in the game that can kill you in 0.5 seconds the moment it starts shooting. And the only way to get it is to have consistent, geared out players. And if you were the first to get it, that puts you into a kind of a chance where you can go back to the map where you loot it from, and then you can hang out near the escape and wait for someone else to go get the gun, and then kill them. And that's just the cycle now. Like, you're shut out from effective endgame. And you can run, like, regular maps and then just get hosed instantly. So the balance is kind of screwy. The community and the way they're working on it is also kind of screwy. I don't know. I don't know if it's going to survive. I mean, that's kind of where the extraction shooter concept comes into play with seasons, is the whole thing. Because once the season's done, everyone gets wiped, all those guns vanish, and then everyone starts from zero again. It sounds like it's going to be 3-month cycles for seasons. But, I mean, you play seasons as a solo, and you get used to the idea of, I can only go so far until I find a team. And then in the modern era of online gaming, that just makes people go like, well, I guess I'm not going to play anymore because I don't want to find a team. And I don't necessarily like that mindset personally. I mean, you're playing a multiplayer game. Try to at least join the community a bit. But I mean, this is kind of where we went. People wanting to play multiplayer games while being a shut-in. And then wanting the game to make them feel like they're basically gods in competitive play, regardless of having a team comp or not. Which is a little sad. It's a little sad. But it is what it is. It is very difficult to find that spot, that like perfect level where even if you're a solo, you're still able to like put in some good work. I think Ubisoft had it with Rainbow Six Siege for a while there. Because I remember playing solo Rainbow Six Siege for a bit. And just talking. And marking people with cameras and stuff. It's perfect. You play solos and people are too dumb to break the cameras. You're just sitting there being like, he's crouched behind this wall. And next thing you know, bullets come through the wall and just kill him. You're like, yep. Extraction shooters are about that feeling of risk. It's gamble. That's all it is. And people like gamble. Right? You're gambling when you go into the map that you're going to be able to get out. You're gambling with the gear you bring in, whether or not it's going to be necessary. You're gambling when you walk in with a key. Some items can't be put into like safe boxes, which are usually the boxes you can have that guarantee you the loot on the way out. It's just gambling. It's gambling with a little skill built into it, right? Which I do like. I like Arc Raiders for it. There's also exploration, learning, community push. There's value in it, and I do like it. I definitely don't see it becoming mainstream. Because some of it is slow play related, where you kind of have to like play ratty. I ratted the hell out of people in Ark. And you winning in extraction shooters is usually setting a goal. And then achieving it. Like in a marathon, it's take a look at your skill trees. Take a look at what you need to get the skill that you want or the upgrade, and then go for it. And that's kind of the you win. Like, I got a ton of levels playing that game. I got a ton of skills. But man, you go through enough rounds where your teammates don't talk to you. They all run off, do their own thing, get killed. or you see that the map's a little like kind of crappy because the enemy team spawns like right around the corner from you and just rips around the corner with good gear and just kills you. That's that moment, man, where you're like, I don't see this lasting. Like, man, playing actual solo queue in that game, like the non-autofill queue, was so brutal, especially in Dire Marsh, or whatever that marsh was. I think it's called Dire Marsh. I might be mixing it up with another game, though. Because the way the spawns worked, there were enough people in that map where they would spawn you probably 20 feet from each other right off the rip. It would literally be like, you spawn next to a bush, and on the other side of the bush, if you step forward, there's a person who could look left and see you, kind of situation. Like, I don't know if that's good game design. Having to wait through a load screen to possibly get immediately killed by someone who sees you first. And then if you get that guy killed, then the guy around the tree on your left is going to be there to, like, third party you. It's like, dude, I had that happen. When I was playing a round, I spawned, I moved into a bush that was in front of me, and I crouched. 1 minute later, someone ran by on the left side. A minute after, someone ran by on my right. Just from the edge of the map. They were right there. Had I stepped out of the bush and shot the first guy, the second guy would have killed me. Finished Disco Elysium. Look into Esoteric Ebb. People are calling the genre disco-like. It was okay. It was kind of fun. It was kind of like Elysium with the D&D mechanics. I don't know what systems you have or what systems it's on, but I played it. It was pretty good. Esoteric, when I played it, had a lot of interesting like mechanics in it. Like, you can do stuff in that game out of sequence, because like, since it's all dice roll based, there's moments where you can sort of brute force sections that usually require like keys or some preemptive stuff. So I remember getting an achievement for getting to a certain point in the chapter before a certain day, because part of it was like, oh, you have to talk to the head of this town in order to get past this like lock on this door. But there's a series of things you can do to eventually get a very specific spell that lets you open that door preemptively. But you kind of have to like do a side quest in a very specific way to get it. So it was kind of cool. They did a lot of really good like thought process stuff with quest arcs. And the game's designed where you have to do the whole mission. Like, you have to do the main mission within a certain time frame, or you basically lose. It's got that sort of Majora's Mask moment of just like, you have X amount of time to complete your task situation. And that's why I did that. And sleeping in the game is important, because it's the D&D mechanic of like rest, where if you don't sleep for long enough, you start getting like stat reductions and stuff. And sleep does cut your time. Sleep's also important too, because sometimes you dream, and the dreams like make certain things happen. I'm pretty sure I got a good ending. I solved the riddle. I helped a lot of people. What's cool is completing side quests gives you sort of like these renown titles where you go into your skill tree and you kind of select based on questions and answers. Like, the stuff you talk to in the game will tell you, like, oh, but this path is this, and you can do this if you go this way. This is what's important in life, blah, blah, blah. And then you make a decision. And whatever decision you make gives you a bonus that you can turn on and off. Like, you have a couple, like, renown skill slots. Like, I think there's, like, 3 skill slots that are based on the prestige you get from completing missions. So it's like, oh, you get +2 to your dice rolls if you talk to this kind of a person. Situations. And you can kind of rotate them out as you go. I remember walking through a weird looking door that wasn't there in the game, like at a prior moment. And they made me take like 10 frickin' skill checks. And I failed every single one of them. And then I walked out of the door at like 1 health left, and like 2 days had passed. It was like, oh no, 2 days. Which in a game with a time frame is a bit worrying. Alright, we're not going to go all the way up. It was pretty good. I enjoyed it. It was a good playthrough. A lot of fun characters in it. A lot of reading, though, which I remember from Disco. I remember the one thing I didn't like about Disco is when you made certain choices, like, the results got really extreme. Like, I remember early on there was a moment where you could, like, tell someone no. Where someone was like, hey, could you do this for me? And then it was like, one of the answers was just tell them no. And I was like, yeah, I mean, I'll just tell them no. Screw it. And the result of clicking tell them no was me flipping them off, running and jumping down the hallway right as someone in a wheelchair came into the room, and then tackling them, causing problems. And it's like, okay, I can kind of get this. It's the technically you have to take your hands off the wheel situation and see what happens. Because if it's not going to give you the full context of what you're going to do in your choices, then you really can't, like, make good decisions. All your decisions you're about to make are going to be, like, entirely reliant on what did the writer actually mean. Which, I mean, it's fine. It's just, I didn't expect that. Which, I mean, that's what made it so interesting to a lot of people, is that it was this completely new concept. Not a lot of games coming up that have me ecstatic. There's a game that was announced recently that I think is pretty cool because it's actually set in Sword and Sorcery universe, which Sword and Sorcery is a little bit different from the D&D universe. It's usually more related to like kind of massive downsides for spells and whatnot. A little bit more Eldritch oriented, like old gods and stuff. There was a game that was out a while ago called Super Brothers Swords and Sorcery. The premise of it was you had to go through all these like tasks and go through all the ruins, kind of like Zelda-esque. But every time you get the thing you're supposed to get to save the world, you become weaker. Like, you've got less health. So achieving your goals causes negative effect as opposed to positive. But you have to do it in order to complete your quest. And that's kind of intrinsically Sword and Sorcery. And there's this game that someone posted that I saw that looks almost like if Elder Scrolls looked like a retro bit game but still 3D in the Sword and Sorcery universe. So, depending on what you're doing, depending on what you're going through, lots of bad stuff could be happening to you in the world around you. But all they put out for it was a video showing off how the world looks in engine, and that's it. So I'm probably not going to see that for like 20 years. Because even they described it as an in-depth RPG, which means you got to write, you got to get all the NPCs together. They got a lot ahead of them. We're still out here waiting for things like Devil Within or whatever. Little Devil Inside. The game I'm talking about? No, hang on. I got it saved on Steam because it's a weird name. Shores of Valathar. Here, let me show you what I'm talking about. Music down. Right monitor. Fade. So the idea they talk about is, even though this looks like a 2D like bit painting with like a backdrop, you actually can go there. Like, this is all giant open world. The closer you get to things, the more like fleshed out they'll look. And it's just going to be this massive open world done in the Sword and Sorcery universe, where you just make a character and exist. Like, the goal is, it's not necessarily story driven with one main story, although that's what they might do, but you're just an adventurer in a Sword and Sorcery universe. Yeah. Shores of Valathar. But that's pretty much all they showed. Which means who knows when it's going to be out. Maybe like 20 years or something. Make sure I got most of the stuff. All right, let's do the white highlighting. We don't put it everywhere, but we do need to hit some spots with it. This one we might actually use my larger, more dry brush type stuff for. This is the analysis paralysis song, the theme song to every time we try to play 40K with our friends. Alright, white's mostly about hitting tips of some of the spikes. Some corners. You don't want to over inundate because it'll take away from everything else. And if you like Gigantic, how into Gigantic were you? Did you know a lot of the competitive community? Because there was this one chick known as Failco who started a video game company. And she's making a game that I think just hit open? It's not exactly Gigantic, but they got pretty close to it mechanically. I was thinking of playing it, but then I kind of looked into it, and it wasn't exactly the thing that captured me about Gigantic originally. There's one spike I wanted to hit back here. Alright, the pipes need rendering, which is only a little bit. This bad boy's almost done, which is good because I'll gladly varnish them. All right, one complete for this at least. I could, I guess, do the basing if I really wanted to. I don't know. I wanted to save the pigment powdering till later so I could lay down the paper towels. Palm it. Bring it up for you guys. He's got the midriff. Dude, everyone's doing the armor, but my guys are freaking Emperor's Children ones. They out here belly shirting. Let's get the orange down. I gotta get some water in this. The sponge is curling up. Special medium. A little too liquidy. decided to go ultramarine for the trophy rack helmet. Yeah, no problem, goalie. Still weird to see my little PFP pop up for the too many games. Um, like, I guess, guest announcement. It's just kind of funny. do like this this little detail of sort of the under orange. This is probably the one I worry most about in terms of like, is it gonna hold? Because I did lift, like, I lifted all the weight up off this side and just put it on these two spots in particular. I think the thing that's working in my favor here is the way I glued the feet down. It sort of latched onto these surfaces. Like, it's jammed under the corkboard on this side. These two are actually in this corkboard. And then this was almost like I had to pull it down and push to pop it onto this side. So it's almost like pressure hold right now. Which is a little nuts. So it's good the orange is almost done here. Almost done. Gotta figure out how to do that back spike. Do you feel like this needs to be the orange? But the outer sides, I don't think so. Maybe we'll just put some top side here, top side here. We are going to have to dig through my paints as well for some finishing touches, like the skull. We're going to need the, like, that bone color, although we have Titan buff. We could probably just use that. Nipple guns. Fire the Madonna cannons. That should be all the orange that I need. Can always apply more. Shouldn't need to. Oh, actually. Keep forgetting the underball. Because I just assume that the gun covers it up, but the hand barely covers it up. Mostly just need to get the base layer down on that because it's a little too big to work with the liner brush straight up. Also do back here. I do not. I think I am going to lean into Pantheon, though. Or not Pantheon. I keep calling it Pantheon. Phoenician. So if I go to the app, delete, EC, Strike Force, Court of the Phoenician. I'm going to call this one Double D's. Specifically in honor of Ed, Edd n Eddy. I'm kind of far back from the microphone. I can move it closer. Let's see. So, my dumb idea is Fulgrim. Ta-da. Warlord. Other data sheets. Defiler. Let me turn those off. Hades Electro. Duplicate. So my army is at 840 points with 3 models. It's a dumb idea, but I want to do it. So we're almost at halfway with that, which means we have to lean into the cheap. We have to go trading units. We have to go mechanics. I do think I take 2 Chaos Spawn units. There's shenanigans that can be done with them. The only other trade unit that people lean into is Infractors. I do want a backline Tormentor squad. Thinking double Infractor on foot. Here's the thing about the Noise and Rhino, Ran. I can do the Infractors in the Rhino, which causes it to scout, which then allows you, if you put... I did this to you guys. You put the Noise Marines near the Rhino. That way the Rhino scouts, the Infractors can come out and do stuff, and then the Noise Marines run up to the Rhino and get into it. I do kind of agree that double Exultant... I feel like if I'm going to take Exultants, it's going to be at the end if I have extra points. Definitely at least one squad Noise. Yeah. Dedicated transport. We'll grab one Rhino because Rhinos are goated MVP. I do think in Phoenician you do try to take a couple flawless. I think. Not full scale, just small scale. And the flawless have to play back. They're like the third wave that has to go in because they're the finishing gun. This leaves me 400... No. 340 points. And I'm already feeling pretty good about it. I think, we tag in maybe one more Noise. Maybe one more Rhino. You think triple squads of Baby Flawless? I could see that. Phoenician loves it because if they go in alone, they're pretty good. Their AP goes up enough that they're actually not shit. Phoenician, you have to be solo in combat, and you get +1 AP, +1 strength. Strength doesn't necessarily matter with them unless I don't want to overheat. If I don't overheat, they're strength 7, which is like, whatever. But then they're just AP 4. It's like, alright. I think the only thing in this army that would really take benefit from Phoenician is the either Fulgrim swinging cleave or like a sweep attack or Infractors. I'm thinking like, because considering what we're about to get hit with due to those new detachments, I'm going to be going into Land Raiders all day. I want AP4 in the Land Raiders. The problem is I'm going to be throwing in like 2 squads, so I won't even get it anyway. AP4, it's but a dream, but I can achieve it. I wish it was +1 damage. That would be the murder. What I do like is I could, in theory, if someone's about to like melee me with like the or shoot. Oh, dude, that's actually sick. These guys would have access to, hey, you're hitting me with higher strength guns. I'm gonna make your wound roll go down by 1. And that's end of phase. If I step one of these guys out and someone drops out with like a Vindicator and 2 las cannon predators and goes like, I'm targeting it, I can use the command point to be like -1 to your wound rolls. Well, okay, so the flawless blades have the overheat on 3, so I'm always wounding on 3. That's kind of the trick. AP4 means they're saving on 6s instead of 5s. The real trick is when the Defilers go in. Because that makes the Electro Scourge strength 13. So it's already better than the toughness of a Land Raider. It also means AP3 with the sustained hits too. And then the other bracket is technically AP3 damage 1 for the sweep, which does suck. I mean, AP3 is overkill for 1 health units. But then it's strength 17 instead of 16, which T8 becomes a 2-up to wound. That's... No, it's already 2-up. What am I thinking? 17? 17 does nothing. AP4, though. D6 plus 1. With precision, for some goddamn reason. I can precision with this attack. I think the key thing with these, with the plasma destructor and the magma cutters and the Hades las cannon, is for 1 command point, I can give them, I think it's mostly supposed to be for noise marines, but this kind of works here. Where is it? I give them strength and AP up by 1. So the las cannons, which are strength 12, which T12 units like Land Raiders and stuff are like, oh, it's awesome. I can make it go to 13. These also get access to Prideful Superiority, which I think Fulgrim is able to do for free. Yeah. So Fulgrim can just get Prideful Superiority for 1, technically, not free. It's 2 or 1. So Fulgrim would have 1 command point full rerolls into character squads. And then the main trick to this is if the 2 Defilers and Fulgrim rush down middle field, you spend 1 command point on Fulgrim. And then if these are within 6 inches of him, all 3 of them get rerolls to charge. Dude, this is insane. I do like stimulus move too. I can surge these guys. I don't know. There's a bunch of dumb little things I could do. I wish Carnival felt better for it, but I honestly think Phoenician's just better. Is that all Las Cannon or the all Las Cannon Land Raider that the Ultramarines get? Is that Legends right now? Because this RTT I'm scheduled to go to allows for Legends. It'd be wild if someone brought that. Thing's got like 12 las cannon shots. I don't know, man, because you take that las cannon legend frickin' vehicle in the new detachment and just have it rush you down in mid, just hose you. I have seen enough people at this place use the flamer ones though, so those will probably exist. Just shut down whole chunks of the field. Time is it? 4:27. Well, it's called like the McCrag Land Raider. Someone said they got one. Like their friend gave it to them. Alright, well, let me finish this list. Duplicate. Duplicate. So we're at 1885, 2 rhinos, 2 noise marines, for both the squad of infractors. We got the 2 Chaos Spawn, the 2 Defilers, 2 Flawless Blade squads. We can technically grab that 3rd Flawless if we want to. But then I wouldn't have a leader nor an upgrade. What upgrades can I even take in this list? Summon model in this bear's unit makes a melee attack. You can ignore any or all modifiers so that attacks, weapon, skill, characteristics, and any or all. I think this is the one where I can put Exultant. Yeah, I could put a Exultant in a Flawless Blade squad. Which, that just gives them lethal hits, which is like, whatever. I don't know. It's good, but I mean, they're already wounding on 3s, hitting on 2s. Start of the fight phase, you can select one enemy unit with an engagement range of the bear. So I can force battle shocks. Honestly, the ignore modifiers is probably one of the best. But I feel like you put that on a Cacophonist and toss that into Noise Marines. It's like, cool, you're stealth. Get shot for normal. One of them's missing, which means it's for Demon Princes only. Or not. Wait, does Fulgrim get one? No. Is it Cacophonist? Yeah, you need the 6. Well, no, okay, so I would take, if I wanted, I think. Each time makes... Oh, melee attack. Never mind, then. Why do I only see 3 enhancements? What's... Oh, Spirit Sliver. Add 1 to the strength attack characteristics of the bear's melee. I cannot take in this list right now a DP with wings. Strength and attack, though. So that would make me strength 9 with 7 attacks. Yeah, I'm not sold on that. Delete. I can't take Lucius. Maybe we just grab another Flawless Blade squad. Duplicate. That puts me at 15 points away, but that's fine. I have 1 leader and it's Fulgrim. Which, sure. 2 squads of Infractors. Tormentor squad. 2 Chaos Rhinos. 2 Chaos Spawn. 2 Defilers. 3 Flawless Blade squads. 2 Noise Marine squads. It's honestly not bad. Infractors starting the Rhinos. Unless I want to do something weird. It gives the Rhinos Scout. Noise Marines run up and join them. Get into the vehicles because the Infractors don't have to hop out of the vehicle. But the Noise Marines can hop in if need be. Alternatively, you just frickin', for lack of a better term, and we are on the internet, double stuff a Rhino with Noise Marines and then put it in reserve. Just like dumpster with a Rhino from the table edge. What do you mean? So they're pretty safe in rhinos because you put the two big guns in the back. I'm not getting sustained hits in this army because I don't have cacophonists in the squad, so it almost doesn't matter. You just shoot with the rhino. So you technically have a rhino with 3 attack, strength 10 guns, which is pretty good. And then it's also pretty devastatingly powerful because you can advance that rhino and then hop out with your noise marines and shoot. That's just built in. That's in the new Land Raider detachment. They have that as like you can pay a command point to do it, but like I just get it. Oh yeah, secondary stuff, that's fine. The infractors are in there. So the initial play, depending. Yeah, if I have to hop out the infractors, I have to. So it scouts up. Before it moves, the noise marines move up, hop in. You can then disembark with the infractors if need be. And then go somewhere else, or then just move the vehicle, and you're fine. So in theory, you get, depending on if your opponent kind of like chokes out your pushing positions, you get 18 inches of movement in a rhino, like turn 1, without needing to roll an advance roll. Oh, what's up, PhD bot? It's going all right. We're working on our defilers. We just finished my list for the next tournament. I'm not necessarily expecting to win, but I am expecting to rush people down with defilers. That's why I bought them. So we're trying to get the non-metallic gold down on 2 of them at the very least. Because I do want to finish the basing on these, and then I can hit them with the varnish I've got. What you up to, PhD bot? Where you been? Been out doing fun stuff? Living life? Brazilian butt lift. All right, Ran. Don't know why you had to tell me that. Oh, nice. What scheme you painting them? These giant goddamn pie plates. I'm painting the Space Marine helmet on the top of my little trophy rack back here, ultramarine colored. I was debating Blood Angels because my one buddy plays Blood Angels, but screw it. Blue will look so much better. Style over rivalry. How am I still a little soft? Let me move the mic down here. Is it like really bad? Or should I just turn down the music? But yeah, what'd you paint your Space Marines? What faction you going? kind of super excited to get both of these guys set up. Ooh, I saw that. I saw the board game. Doing the completely not normally canonical approach to Space Marine by being like, yeah, they all hang out together. It's not like there's whole galaxies between them on average. What's your really dumb Thousand Suns list, J. Peacock? Because I am constantly running dumb Thousand Sun lists. After we're done these, the only other thing on my paint docket is like an extra 10 Zangors and then another 10 Zangor enlightened with spears. That way I can actually run the mutant detachment kind of properly and have it be just as ineffective as it normally is. Like, what detachment you aiming for? This is where you tell me your very meta list, and I'm just like, oh. It's dumb as in you don't have to think, you just do. The Hex Warp / Phalanx list. Or are you about to tell me about the Clown Car strat? Are you doing the Clown Car strat? A bunch of sorcerers? Oh, you're going tank list. Okay. Thought you were about to hit me with the one Rhino, every leader in the game. I fit them in that Rhino. Tenth is almost over, man. Now's the time to Clown Car. There's never been a more prime time to Clown Car. No, 2 Rhinos, Land Raider, 4 Sectar units, or a squad of 4. Well, it can be 4 Sectar units. Honestly, I do think Warpforged Cabal could benefit from 3 squads of 4 Sectar units. I like the Predators. You leaning into the autocannon on the Predators? I feel like that's the best way to go. Because Thousand Suns have so many ways to just chip things down and do mortals that going anti-tank feels redundant, whereas picking up whole squads with the autocannon Predator is just so good. I kind of want to get 3 sets of 4. The more I use them, the more I'm like, they are a little overcosted, but their benefits are just too good. When they made it so that the Terminator Sork Lord no longer helped them out with their to-hit rating, they should have lowered their points. Because that was the only time I was like, it's probably okay that they're that point cost. Because at that point cost, being able to hit on 3s with that many Meltaguns from a unit that moves 8, that's pretty good. But then they turned it all back to 4s, so... Because, like, honestly, you give the Terminator perplexing cloak and then have it follow around a whole squad of those and just shred things. I see people running the autocannons more because we have the ability to kill tanks in, like, different ways. Between doom bolts and grenades and stuff, like, we kill tanks awkwardly. And kind of where we suffer is... some armies that are like heavy elite can overwhelm us. Like Terminators freaking overwhelm us at times. So what people will usually do is they'll run the autocannon variant, but with the 2 las cannons on the side. That way you still get a little extra. But our Predator with autocannon, the rule for it's pretty good. If I'm not mistaken. Weirdly, Doombolt's the only spell I use that goes off. The reroll spell doesn't go off. The double move is very, very tenuous at best. But Doombolt I seem to get. And a lot of the times I'll max roll it, which is crazy. Data sheets. It's Annihilator, right? No, Annihilator's the las. It's Destructor. So against enemy models that are infantry, you will get, if somebody shoots, I think, a Psyker? No. Yeah, so a Psyker has to hit them, and then you shoot them afterwards, improving the strength and armor pen by 1 of a gun that does... which overall is good, because strength and armor pen by 1 on Havoc launchers means AP 1, damage 1, strength 6. You get your Inferno Combi Bolters, which are now Strength 5, AP 3, Damage 1 into infantry. You have 2 of those on there, I think. I think you get 2? Maybe you only get 1. Then you don't really necessarily want to do the Heavy Bolters unless you're leaning full into Anti-Infantry, because then those are Strength 6, AP 3, Damage 2. And then you get the Predator Autocannon, which is then Strength 10, AP 2, damage 3, rapid fire 2. Which is really good into Terminators. Stupidly good into Terminators. Because the core of the list you're showing me, Sectar are okay anti-infantry, and then occasional chip damage. Yeah, and consider, okay, so consider this. In Warpforged Cabal, you can also do +1 to wound in shooting. That is crazy good with that amount of attacks. So against a lot of heavier vehicles, you're wounding on 5s, you just make it 4s. And then you still have the las cannons on the side. And you're usually attacking 6 times, 1 reroll to hit. I think the main reason to go the las cannon one is because you get like a ton of rerolls, but you only get 3 shots. The Land Raider, though, is gonna be interesting, I suppose. What are you putting in stuff? You say 2 rhinos, a Land Raider, 4 Sectar, 2 Predators. What units are you gonna have? Because, you know, if you shoot a unit from a rhino with a psyker, that's not the same as hitting it with the psyker, which I think is dumb. If I'm going to hit you with a psychic attack from inside a rhino, please let it count towards you've been hit by a psyker. Please. This is why we need the Hellbrute rework, where we get a psychic Hellbrute. I'll take a Hellbrute Psyker any day. Okay. It's not bad. I do think Warpforged Cabal has a lot of downsides, though. The heightened potential for destroying yourself is pretty bad. But I do think Malefic has a lot of value. It's just very difficult to use. Like, I was fighting my one buddy who was playing a detachment out of Death Guard that sort of goes like all your infantry have stealth outside of like a certain range or something. And that kind of sucks when you're hitting on 3s and don't really have a way to increase it like you used to with Terminators. But then making like a Forge Fiend Malefic is just great, especially when your opponent's like, I also have the ability to make you -1 to wound. It's like, cool. No, you don't. I'm Malefic. There's a pretty strong value in that, I think. It's just, it's so difficult to know when to use it and why. It's like Malefic, or what's the word? I'm pretty sure it's Malefic. I usually refer to it as Malefic. Warpforge. Malevolent. There it is. Make it Malevolent. Malevolent is the buff that lasts until your next command phase, where you no longer suffer minuses. Stealth being a minus, it shuts stealth off. -1s to wound gets shut off. So if you're fighting an enemy like Thousand Sun player, who's like, hey man, -1 to wound on my Scarab Occults, you literally go, no, I've now shut that off. Enjoy these plasma cannons. I think it also affects damage reduction. Let me double check. I think it stops damage reduction, which is pretty huge in the modern meta. It's just so difficult to time it and use it. Like imagine making a Thousand Sun Defiler Malevolent, running it out into Death Guard, shooting at them with no minuses, running in and meleeing them with no minuses. Like, that's not what they like. Unit Malevolent, it can ignore any or all modifiers to the following profiles: weapon skill, ballistic skill, any roll or test made for it, excluding modifiers to saving throws. So it negates leaderships. The saving thing, that kind of sucks, because like that's really where you would want it, is to be like, what's your AP? Wait, I don't care. It's my normal save. Like, that's where it's funny. Sadly, that's just not the case. It doesn't look like damage, but so yeah, your weapon skill, ballistic skill, and then your rolls or tests are also not negatively altered outside of saves. Which I think is pretty cool. Yeah. I mean, I wish they let it happen, but at the same time, very OP. But like, you can toss it on your sectars, although you're probably running them as flamer sectars. Toss it on a predator, especially the autocannon predator. Like, if you're about to shoot at a bunch of Terminators with the autocannon predator, you'd preemptively make it malefic. If the opponent has the ability to defend the Terminators with like stealth and minuses and all kinds of good stuff, you're just like, nope, it's malevolent now, so don't even bother spending the command points. You can say nothing about this. Do that to a melee Hellbrute and just send it downfield. Yep. Big Guns Never Tire also goes away. It's pretty good. The only way to do it, though, I believe, is you have to have a sorcerer within, I want to say, like 6 of the tank in your command phase to do it. So if you're unable to pull that off, you're kind of just like screwed. It's a big thing with this army. You have to make sure your tanks stay near casters. The only thing I think the caster doesn't need to be near a tank for is the Armor of Contempt we get. It's like Hex Warp armor or something. No, yeah, that'd be cool. Normally, I toss them into like a squad with like 3 archers or something just to get the regular lone op, like the 18er. The flying one specifically. I usually take Exalteds on disc for that. Because having 3 incidental bows is usually a good idea. Depending on if you can swing those points. I don't know what size game you're playing into. But that's usually why going Predators is good in Warpforged Cabal. Predators are some of like the cheapest tanks you can take that are still very effective at stuff. So usually you can take like a ton of cool extracurriculars if you take enough Predators. Usually, though, if I go the Exalted on disc with archers, I go the one where you get increased cast range. That way you get, I think, 30 inches of cast range, so you have the same range as your archers to be able to cast your spells. Lightened are good. Most people use them in so many different ways. One of the big Thousand Sun players we watched at a tournament ran tons of them. Tons of 3-man squads. They were entirely about trading because they're 2 OC a piece, which is really nice. Like if someone's not going to go all in against you and put tons of stuff on a point, you can usually grab it easily with just a couple enlightened. This guy out here talking about bouncing around to a bunch of armies, and I just keep looking over at my display case filled with stuff. Too many armies. I'm trying to offload one of them. Cool. Well, okay, so the technique behind non-metallic is not what I'm doing. Or at least not exactly what I'm doing. I'm kind of just doing like texture-based multi-layer. So when you're doing non-metallic, you're not using actual metallic paint, which means you're not using the glitter, which means you kind of have to make the colors read the metallic, right? So when you lean into it, you have to sort of come up with your own, I guess, recipe for like, oh, this will be gold. Like in any other situation, this almost looks like walnut a little bit. Like it goes from walnut into yellow. So you tend to like look at the actual color you're going to try to non-metallic. And you try and determine the amounts, the textures, all that you're going to be going into. And people who do it like seriously, like I'm not doing it seriously. I'm kind of going closer to the Ninjan approach of being like, I like texture more than I like glazing. But I'm also doing it very quickly. But I start with the brown because, I mean, that's kind of like where gold exists. It exists as like a brown color usually on at least like a very flat concept. Like the darkest situation for gold is probably brown. Orange is usually done in a highlight, although if we're being serious with it, the highlight should be pink in this situation. I mean, you tell a lie enough times. Who's to say? But yeah, like the actual highlight for this should have been pink, but I liked the idea of orange just because it still read a bit more as gold. And I only kind of glaze up from the brown to get to the yellow. It's like not as extreme. It's a little tricky. And then you try to do it so that it feels like light, but I do sort of the kind of like eye trickery method. Where rather than be like, oh well, all the orange would be coming from like this side or something. I just put orange on kind of the bottom parts of everything. And then I'll put the yellow at the high parts. And I'll just call it at that. That way it's not like flawless, like, oh yeah, this is how the metal actually reflects the light in the area. No, I don't really care about that. That's not the main thing in my thought process. I'm trying to, like, with BS, trick you into thinking it's fine. Highs for the yellow, lows for the gold. And it's not that it's completely wrong, it's more that it's like it's just right enough to make you go like, oh yeah. But like my silver that I do occasionally is like phthalo green into white. There's people I've seen who've done chrome, where the way they do the chrome is they figure out what they want their base color to be. So if they're like, oh, the base color will be red, that means they're on a red planet, which means the chrome that's looking downward goes red. And then you pick your sky color, and the chrome that's facing upward becomes the sky color. And then the in-between is like whites and light blues. So a lot of it's about simulation without actually using the metallic paints. Metallic paints are good for just general use because, I mean, if you're just painting a model to paint the model, normally the result is, oh, this is the flat color. You're utilizing technically the color of the room that you're in, like how the lighting in the room works. because you've more or less made what this would be in perfectly ambient light as your color scheme, which also includes the metallic paint. And then you can light it however you want, and that'll change the mood, that'll change the feeling, and it's just good. It's good. It's no biggie. You can go that route if you want. But this being seen as it rotates, the room light will help with it, but like if you just hit it with light on all sides, it still feels kind of like it's lit regardless. It's lit. Now, on some models I've worked on, I've done a sort of hybrid non-metallic where you kind of pick the color of your metal, kind of like how we're doing here, but then when you're done, you get like a dry brush and you actually apply the metallic close to like the edges. That way there's like a shimmer on the edge highlighting. And I've liked that method historically. Like if I'm going to go brass on something, I'll hit it with Garrigax Sewer contrast paint over white, and then I'll do edge highlighting in like warp lock bronze. Yeah, metallic paints, it is what it is. Some of the best things you can do with metallic paints is apply a shader when you're done. That way you kind of pull the shadows back a little bit. If you're going like bulk gun metal, usually people say to get null in oil and apply it after the fact. That way it makes the recesses black. And it's like, yeah, that's fine. You can go that route. My Thousand Suns are that way. I just wanted my Emperor's Children to be this way because of the underlighting. If my Emperor's Children weren't underlit, I probably would just try to find an extremely bright metallic gold that I could use. And I would have just done all this trim work in that and called it a day. Like if this was the high end of the gold visually, then I probably would have gone that route. You can look for them. There's also ways to make them. It's usually just overloading medium, and then you pick a pigment. Like making washes isn't necessarily hard. People do it out of inks all the time. Goobertown, I think. Goobertown Hobbies. He does a video that shows you how to make a wash out of ink. He applies it to his Drakari that he was painting. He does like purples and greens and stuff. It requires like ink and then a medium of some kind that he goes over that I cannot personally remember. I'm gonna have to put up the BRB screen for a little bit. Make some dinner. So give me a second, guys. All right. Really want to get these done. Do, 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 do. Almost done the lower body, which is good. I want to get to the point where the baseline weapon choices that I really want are set. We can kind of work through the other stuff later. technically going to have to do this with another squad of Noise Marines, but those aren't high priority right now. Since my list doesn't consist of 3 squads of them, and what it does consist of I already got. So that's pretty good. Pretty good. Get these pistons going. This guy's so hard to hold on to. Pretty glad they made the tummy connector for the armor like not super pronounced. to actually like cover them up with anything or get forced to use the tummy armor just to make it not look weird. So worried about holding this wrong.
Poggers.
Poggers? What's up, Flap Attack Zor? Okay. Okay. Oh, thank you. This is how I painted the entirety of my Emperor's Children. They look awesome next to each other just because of this paint scheme. It's like so wild. You play 40K? What you play? What you got? Got stuff you paint? Another 3 armier. I got, I think, like 5. We had someone else in here talking about their 3 armies earlier. Seems to be the sweet spot for a lot of people. Got the AOS. I got 1 AOS. And that's completely by incident, since I play Thousand Suns, and I just happen to have a boatload of Zangors and Demons on top of it. But yeah, I wanted my Emperor's Children to be excessively just unique and bright. Get a little thematic with it. But yeah, you liking orcs? Check out the new stuff that they dropped for them. The new biker unit looks pretty badass. Some of the new detachments look pretty alright. I mean, nowhere near freaking Land Raider catapult tier, but still pretty good. Oh, nice. Going for them speed freaks. My old roommate at college was a speed freak fan. Huge speed freak fan. I remember we used to spend a lot of time customizing his orcs. Like we would heat up and bend the parts and stuff. It was pretty cool. It's kind of sad that he doesn't really play anymore, as far as I know. Because like now would be the time to do it. He's a 3D artist. Works a lot within the realm of 3D. And with all the advancements to 3D printing, he'd be pretty awesome right now, just making whatever the hell he wants. Just putting it out there. Especially with orcs. Orcs get all the cool, like, oddity bits. Make them look ridiculous. Yeah, we're trying to get through the defilers. We got a tournament next Saturday, not this Saturday. We're going to be rocking an EC list at it that is probably not going to do well, but we'll find out. As per usual, when I talk about this, I always bring up the fact that my local area is where most of the top 40K players coalesce. There are too many of them in this local area, and they are all insanely good at the game. Last tournament I went to had the #1 in the world Chaos Knights player. I didn't fight him, but I did fight his best friend, who was also playing Chaos Knights. That guy shredded me. Speed Freaks are pretty good. Any of the fast orcs are pretty good, because Subterranean Assault was like getting really good recently. But if you have units that can deal with 3 health units fairly effectively, you're doing alright. And I think it's the helicopters that do 3 damage. The Defcopters. There's something in there that does 3 damage, which is bracketed perfectly. And since they're quick, you can basically shut down Subterranean Assault's best aspects pretty effectively. Just pop over there and be like, and you can't do it anymore. You donezo. Yeah, they're pretty good. Damage 3 is pretty brutal. Which is why the autocannons on these defilers I think are going to be pretty good, but not what I'm aiming for. At least not with this list. So glad my white primer held out just long enough to get these guys set. I just got a small bottle to replace it just in case I need it in the near future, but finished off all the big bottle that I had left and then the extra small bottle that I purchased. All just for these. Would have sucked if I only got like some of it primed. Getting close, boys. I gotta do one more gun housing. I gotta kind of fix up the one that I already did because it didn't quite look like what I wanted. Which means I'm probably gonna have to water down the sepia color. Go back over it a little bit. Maybe sponge it, I don't know. I do kind of wish that I had a little bit of competence with 3D work and a 3D printer on hand. Honestly, the best thing to do for Emperor's Children defilers is to custom 3D print like a noise cannon. Because then it could be anything. Like if you just get an Emperor's Children style noise cannon on the other shoulder, you could just be like, yeah, it's running as the flamer. Yeah, I'm using it as the autocannon today. This will be the las cannon. Missile launcher. And then you just have the melee arm to swap to. That's all you need. As long as you run same loadouts for the most part. holding breath. Gotta paint them shoulder studs. The sheer amount of people who popped in here to be like, all right, and like hit me with words of reinforcement has made my horrible brain try to wonder like why. Like, was there an announcement today that's like, screw that guy? Like, what? Ugh. So I'm going to start a really long thread on the last Spawncast about how I'm a terrible person again. He hate replaced. It's not what I said. I got one guy saying that I'm the real one. Sweet. I did mess up the Alan Wilson thing. Someone brought up Al, and I was like, oh, he's behind the fence, but that was like the wrong person. That's what I get for being burned out. All right. All right, so with this list, though, I need to really think about how my chaos bonds work. They can go in, sure, They will get the benefit of +1 strength, +1 AP, which is actually kind of horrifying because I think that makes them strength 6, AP 2, damage 2. But they are hyper random because they hit like crap. And their attacks are based on a random number roll. So you never quite know what they're going to do. Probably their best asset is their reactive move. It's a guaranteed 6. So there's ways to keep them going while they're still doing missions. I'm going to need to pay attention to that. That's going to come down to knowledge of movement. Like if they're going to go to mid and do something like area denial, and my expectation is that after that, I'm going to be able to run through the wall when someone comes close. I can't have anything on the other side of that wall with them to block them. Okay. Let's do the engines. Still don't know how I'm going to do this back component. Weirdly, these vents would probably be one of the best things to subassemble on this. You just put like little blue tack in each of the spots where you have to glue it in, and then just do these completely separate. It'd be so much easier to dry brush this properly. All right. Trophy rack. did not have a shadow on this. I need to see. Hold on. Shadows are truly the arch enemy of any model painter. I should have just went with 2 flat backs. Word. We can save the white highlights for a little bit after. Let me do some minor details. We gotta do the piping, and then I kind of want to do the skulls. Where's my Titan buff? Titan buff on the 2 skulls that are on its back. Get some of this in here. Problem is, since the rest of the army is non-metallic metal, I kind of have to do it to everything. That's why I was a little annoyed when I chose the trophy rack, because there is metal on this ultramarine helmet, as well as the skull on the other side. And I don't exactly have a recipe that makes it work right off the rip. floor red going. This is going to be a struggle. Pog. All right, let's do the pipe highlights with the Fenris. Then we do the white peak highlights. And we can actually go grab a paper towel, work on the base real quick. All right. I didn't miss anything, right? Hell yeah. Some brown on here. Just the tiniest amount. And then we decided on las cannons. I think I will get rid of most of this bottom part. Because honestly, it's just for the best to just drop it in, call it a day. So let's get at least one of these set up. Umamasume! No worries, man. Just happy you're here. God, that profile. Look at that. This side just looks sick. He coming in with the whip. So I got to do one more gun, one more whip. What time is it? 7 o'clock. Let me finish the basing for you guys, because then I'll be able to at least varnish the 2 tanks. Oh. There you go. I keep forgetting to do that. The plasma cannon. All right, I'm going to do... Let me move a lot of this out. Close this up for now. I gotta go grab some paper towels. And we're gonna do... Where's the brush for it? Here it is. We're gonna do the powder. Get that powder. Ooh. Once we get the powder done, we'll do the black ring around the outside. And then I'll probably just try to quickly and casually finish the guns over the course of the night. I mean, we could stream tomorrow. I got a lot of stuff going on tomorrow, though. But I do have a lot of other things we're painting. We got all those enlightened. We've got the other Noise Marine Squad. But I'm going to want to go out for a walk because my back is sore right now. Holy crap. I could have swore I took the pigment things out for this. I did. Where are they? There. So if fluorescent pink paint wasn't enough, I actually go back into it with fluorescent pink pigment. Which does brighten it up a lot. I don't know if the camera can get it. I highly doubt it can. But the vibrancy when the pigment's down goes up just a boatload. That and it helps re-brighten up areas that the airbrush hit with the cobalt that it shouldn't have. But yeah, I saw a short on YouTube where someone basically mixed this kind of a pigment with a flowing medium, and they were able to just put it into like cracks and crevices of things, and it like immediately made it glow a color. Like it wasn't the two-stage process where you have to hit it with like white flow and then go back into it with a fluorescent. It was just straight up like a one-off type situation. Pretty cool. also serves as a great way to dust up the general surfaces. Make it look like more fine pigment. It's also a great way to remove a lot of the errors where the pink from the airbrush didn't quite get it. What's cool is occasionally the brush kicks it up like dust. And then when it settles back down, it coats like other things. Like it'll coat parts of like the underbelly. Pieces of the claw. A lot of fun stuff you can do with pigment powder. Doesn't even need to be fluorescent like what we're using here. You can also make your own. Get like a mortar and pestle. You can get some pretty cool stuff done. You get some pastel markers or pastel like almost chalk even. You get like pastel or chalk of a color you like, then you just shatter it up. There's a kind of pastel that like crumbles. Like it's like a very crumbly pastel that you can easily turn into this kind of a pigment powder. So you can sort of get whatever color you want. So if you're thinking like, oh, the planet surface my guys are on is like orange, but there's no good pigment powder of the orange that I want, you could probably make it. okay with the pink for now. I do like to add a little bit of variance to my base. Break it up visually so people see like slightly different stuff. Pulls a little bit of the detail back in that I put like a lot of effort into getting down the way you see it. So let me clear and dry. We do blue. Because it'll go blue and then sometimes it'll blend and turn purple, which is all cool. But you don't need to put this everywhere. I usually put it kind of in these crevicey areas. Cool as these powders are still very fluorescent. So still very blacklight reactive. Which to those who have been to these streams before, don't worry. Once I get those black rings down, I'll hit you all with what this looks like under blacklight. Usually the varnish that I apply after all this. It does an okay job. I wouldn't say it's a guarantee, but it does get most of it. I've seen people talk about sealing it using sort of like, I think it's like alcohol and a little bit of water, or mostly just alcohol from like a spray bottle. it's an alternative, but I always hit my stuff with varnish kind of near the end, or at the very end at least. The varnish tends to do it, at least to a degree. Kind of trying to speed this up because I am burning daylight. It's about to get dark. Not like that matters for the varnish work. Alright. A little bit of blue. We do knock a little bit of the excess off. And that is why you use a paper towel for this bit. So you can just get rid of that shit. Alright, last step that matters for the babies. Black Noir. I feel like the black really pushes like all the rest of the vibrant stuff. Like the black ring is just like that extra. Like it just it like makes the pink brighter. Makes everything brighter. Like if this was a brown, or if I went with like a neon blue just to like match other stuff. Wouldn't have been anywhere near as good. We're using golden so flat black. Probably one of my favorites because it really just like goes on and then stays, and like that's it. It dries like absolutely not at all glossy. It's perfect. After varnish, sometimes I touch it up, depending on what happens. These guys are heavy, by the way. Like, there's a weight to them that I didn't expect. Like, I've got Primarchs that feel lighter than these guys. They're very heavy, Peacock. God, I kind of want to use these guys. But I don't know if I'm going to be able to get a game in before the tournament next week. No. Oh shit, is next week free comic book day? I mean, they said they didn't know if they had a table for me because they actually lost some tables. So it might still be fine to just do the tournament instead. Bam. My winged DP. I don't know. They look. All this just looks really good together. Super happy. Super happy with the results. Well, that's good. I'll post pictures on the Discord in a little bit. I'm going to hit them with the varnish. Might try to hit the weapons with the varnish as well. The ones that I actually have done. So those can at least be good too. Tomorrow, maybe stream. Don't know. Check out the Discord. Check out the Discord because, again, I'm just not sure. Oh, I'll post. You want to see the list? Oh, you mean everything together? Yeah, we'll do usually next week leading up to the tournament, I'll usually grab the full list and just like set it next to each other. And then we might do a stream where I have the camera on it and we talk about strategy and I have like a map up or something behind me and we look at some things, see where placing units would be a good idea. Consider the missions where maybe leaving them off the table would be a good idea as well. A lot to worry about, a lot to think about. But yeah. Till next time, guys. Later.